Ça va afficher ça et ça avec le.
From us, probably in 2 minutes we'll start. It's nothing else like with various country and servers, and we are waiting for that. We know the technology called plug and play. Sometimes it happens plug and play. We want to play. But what are we like? We'll start in 5 minutes, and here the venue is for technical students, engineering students. The venue for MBA will be in MBA conference hall, and for biotech it will be in the their classroom of MBA, the next block. Right after inauguration, it is streaming actually. After inauguration, I'll be asking you to move to the various venue. There you'll be getting a, the faculty will be getting a attendance. We want to supposed to sign for same as for afternoon you want to sign. Right? That particular sheet will be given to your concerned professors. So you will be given a OT. Right? If you miss it, the attendance will be taken at the end of the session. I know that we are smart and you are also smart. So that way it is. I'm sure you'll be getting a lot of inputs. Fine? And yes.
Surya link somebody from the management.
This morning for the non-present here. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to this auspicious event. I request everyone to rise. Let us begin our program with Tamil Thai
நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்த எழிலும் சீராறும் வதனமென திகழ்கரக கண்டமிழே நிற்களமும் அதிசிகந்த ஜாதிடங்கள் இருந்தாலும் தக்க சிறு திருமுதலும் தனித்தமரும் இலகமுமே அத்தியஜன வாசலை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுடன் எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே ஒரு சீரமை திறமையன்று செய்ய மறந்து வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே.
To mark the beginning of our event, we now proceed to the traditional lighting of Kudu. I kindly invite the dignitaries to come forward and light them, signifying the dispelling of darkness and the spreading of enlightenment.
No, politics. It's just like there was
Oh yeah, 1950.
Vas-y, Pat, fais-le déjà.
With the light now illuminating our path, it is time to formally commence our gathering. It is my honor and privilege to welcome our esteemed head of the department, Dr. P.K. Anthony, whose guidance and leadership have been instrumental in our journey. She is not just a leader, but a mentor who inspires us with all our vision and dedication. And I now request our adopted department, Dr. P.K. Anthony, to address the gathering.
A very good morning to one and all present here. Respected Chairman Mr. Valiyappa, Vice Chairman Mr. Jyoti Valiyappa and Mr. Charu Valiyappa, Principal Dr. S. R. Sundar Kumar, esteemed guests of the day, Mr. Patrick, CEO and founder Microsoft 365 MVP Enterprise Solution Architect, Mr. Abdul Rashid Feroz Khan, founder and CEO Code Sizzler, and the entire team of guests today. So was very much initiated to do this program, much awaited program of the aMP Microsoft conference today. Ms. Jayasuriya, our alumni who is Code Sizzler, Dr. Murli, faculty of MBA, faculty of the group institutions, students of the day, and the entire team who's present over today. So a very good warm welcome to everybody. So today we have gathered here to celebrate the power of technology and innovation as we dwell into the world of Azure, Microsoft and Power Platform. So this event serves as a platform for knowledge sharing, networking and inspiration. We aim to showcase the transformative potential of Azure and Power Platform, highlighting the applications across various industries and domains. By bringing together experts and enthusiasts, we hope to foster a vibrant community that can drive innovation and problem solving. Today, we are much honored to have amongst us the distinguished panel of 15 speakers who have come from different countries like France, Congo, and Germany to make this day happen, especially for the youngsters who are much into innovation and problem solving. So these experts come from diverse backgrounds, bringing a wealth of experience and insights to the table. Their expertise will undoubtedly enrich our understanding of Azure, Microsoft, and Power Platform and inspire us to explore new frontiers. I would also like to extend a very warm welcome to our esteemed attendees who have come from various departments within Sona College. Your presence here signifies your commitment to learning and growth, and I'm confident that this event will provide you with valuable knowledge and connections. I'm excited to see the discussions, collaborations, and learning opportunities that arise from this event. Let us embrace the power of technology and work together to create a brighter future. So I think today we are much honored to have a lot of guests from different countries and So they've also, some of the guests have mentioned that we have a very beautiful campus, and so it's very green. So nice to be here. And some of them, they are the first time for them to step into our campus. So once again, thank you for joining us today. I wish you all a wonderful and interesting day. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, ma'am, for the warm and inspiring welcome address. Your words have not only set a positive tone for this occasion, but also reminded us of the purpose and importance of this gathering.
It is my distinct privilege to introduce our guest of honor today. We are incredibly fortunate to have with us Mr. Patrick Bjorn of Microsoft 365 MP3 Enterprise Solution Architect. With a wealth of experience and a remarkable track record in the industry, Mr. Patrick has been at the forefront of innovative solutions that have transformed enterprises globally. His insights and expertise are invaluable, and we are eager to hear his thoughts on the future of enterprise solutions. Please join me in extending a warm welcome as he takes the stage to deliver the keynote address. I welcome you, sir.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to be in your university and your college. We are very, very excited and very happy to be there. As far as I'm concerned, it's the third time in India, and we have always been very well received. So not a discovery, but always a pleasure. Today, we have wanted to propose you a set of speakers and session about aMP. What means aMP? The letter A is for Azure, the cloud from Microsoft. AI as well, because you will see that during the day we will speak a lot about AI. Maybe I want to make a short point. How many of you are studying or willing to work in the AI world? Raise your hand. Wow. Probably I'm more than half of the students here, so that's great for the future. And especially so Azure AI, and is for Microsoft 365. So we are a community, a worldwide community of passionate people, experts, industry leaders who are working with some connection at some point with the Microsoft 365 world. How many of you have already used this in way during their studies or during maybe a workshop with Microsoft 365? Not so many, maybe? Okay. Not so bad. Not so bad. Probably you should be aware that Microsoft is providing for free some license for university or school like you, so I suppose you can get access to them. And the last letter is P. P for Power Platform. Power Platform is a new set of very new set of products provided by Microsoft to empower everybody in the company, not only developer, but also people working in the finance department, in the HR department, the marketing department, to create their own solution to digitalize everything that can be digitalized in many companies. So Power Platform is very powerful to help a company to be at the pace of the business today. So we wanted to create an event for your city, in your city, and we have almost done such type of event for right now. We are at about 100 events since the creation of our community, so we are very lucky again to be there. So let's go first with our sponsors. So I want to share the stage with Mr. Ferros, who is a local organizer. So we are a global community And you can find us on YouTube, on LinkedIn, on Twitter, on Facebook, mostly Instagram as well. But we definitely love to meet real people in real events. So we need local organizers and inspiring leaders like Feroz. So can you join me, Feroz? We are very lucky to have such a great leader in Salem. So the first question I wanted to ask Feroz is why he wanted to organize such type of event in his own city.
It's almost like, I see many steps happening with this college particularly. Yeah, thank you very much. So I see many steps happening with this college. Like I'm born and brought up with this city, right? And I see for a long time Sona has been a pioneer over, this region, especially the Salem and the nearby cities as such. And I got to meet a strong leadership team as well, right? We have this man and we have a server sitting behind us, but we have someone really here. So these people are certainly rock stars who were always having the knowledge to push something for folks. And on top of everything, I work hard to bridge the gap between, the learners here, the students here, and what's happening with the technology. And I really thank all of you people. We have Paul, we have you, like coming all the way, having some 20 hours, 25 hours of flight, right? I had Katie who is missing here, right? We had 30 hours of flight, and we do have people who had to fly Jamil, right? Who missed the visa as well. He could not come up here. But thank you so much, and that's all I can maybe.
Maybe second question for you is about your company, CodeCypher. Maybe you can describe a little bit what you are doing in CodeCypher, and after speak about Ekel's.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Thank you very much. Oh, thanks, Patrick. So CodeCypher is more about, we are Microsoft partners, and I was previously with Microsoft. That's like something which is like we had been with the same, the previous Gen X, we would say, right? So we had been working with the same technical stack, and we then came up with having this CodeCypher. So CodeCypher is a company based out of India and Middle East as well. And we work with Microsoft partners. We do migrations. We are more into data and AI now, right? We develop applications, AI applications using OpenAI, Copilot nowadays, and it all started with consulting. And right now we have landed up with a product called Hackerstock as well. And I'm more than happy to launch the Hackerstock as well, having you rock stars over here on the stage.
That's really. We are really amazed to see all the opportunities that are created around Microsoft product and technology. So we have three examples in three different countries of people who have taken the promise of Microsoft and provided several solutions. It can be consulting, it can be software, and we help company worldwide to use the best of Microsoft solution. But definitely we are independent from Microsoft, so feel free to ask any question and we will be able to answer and give us what we think really about that. So about sponsors, we definitely need sponsors to organize such type of event. I wanted to share very well thanks to the Sona College for hosting us today. So we can applaud, I think. And I still remember the time when I was a young student in my own university near Paris, and it's really refreshing to see so many people studying IT nowadays, and much more with very interesting new topics like AI or many new opportunities you have around this IT. Let's focus a little bit about today. Maybe you can show up the whole screen like that. I can do it. Okay. If you want to be sure at what time is what session, you have two links you can use. The first on the left is the agenda in a full one page So probably the easiest way to be sure where you are and where you want to be, because there will be 3 routes. So we have 3 different tracks today. The first one, which will be in this room, correct? The first one will be dedicated to AI usage. So we will give you different examples and different use case of AI by Microsoft mostly, but more generally AI as it can be seen nowadays. The second track, I'm not sure which room is it, but
MBA conference hall. MBA conference hall.
Okay. You will find more dedicated session on how to build new solutions with AI. So it's more dedicated to people willing to see more technological stuff, development stuff. We will go in some session very deep in the technology. And the last one is, I would say, more, so which room is it? The third one?
That classroom.
Okay. So the third one will be dedicated to some session more about Microsoft 365, cybersecurity, and such type of topics. So you can change every year, every hour, which session you prefer to follow, and you can pick from different topics. And the URL on the right is exactly the same agenda, but presented a little bit differently, more optimized for the mobile display. So you can choose both, and they provide the same information. Okay. A little bit more about AMS aMP. So aMP is the name right now. A few months ago, we were called AMS because we mostly come from the SharePoint community. How many of you have already used a SharePoint product from Microsoft? Not so many, nobody. So we are definitely too old.
New generation.
New generation. You must be aware that if you use Microsoft 365, for example, Teams, and you put file in Teams, you are not really using Teams as a file container, but SharePoint is a file container below Teams, for example. In fact, every document, every file you put in Microsoft 365 is managed by SharePoint. But nowadays, it's more like the backend, I would say, of Microsoft 365, and you don't see it really if you don't want to see it. So this is a good thing. It's just doing the job silently. And but you should know that at some point, let's say 10 years ago, it was a major product, one of the major products of Microsoft. So as I said, we have already organized something like around 100 events worldwide. We love to organize in Europe, in America, in Africa, and India, as well as Asia as a whole. So I have next slide showing the plan of our next event. This event is the last of a group of 3. The 1st of August, we were in Colombo, Sri Lanka, at Microsoft office. A few days ago, last Saturday, there was an event in Pune. We have already been in Pune something like 2 years ago, so it's the second event in Pune. It was the second event in Pune last Saturday. And so we are finishing this series of India and Sri Lanka events, this week event with the event today. And in September, we will continue with an event in Tunis, in Tunisia, some event in France, and again in Asia, we will do an event, second time event in Seoul, South Korea. Kuala Lumpur, it should be the 5, I'm not sure, it's 5 or 6 or 7 maybe events there. So we have a very strong community in Malaysia. And so if you want to join, obviously you are welcome. And Manila as well. So it will be a third, another three group of events in Asia, Southeast Asia. And we will continue the end of the year in Germany and in Monaco as well. So it's interesting to go to Monaco, always interesting. So that's an idea of what we do, and we love definitely, as I said, to have a local event with real people, not to be always on the internet, even if we recognize that it's very interesting to do hybrid. So before the pandemic, we did many events only in person, but after the pandemic, during the pandemic, we did, as everybody, online events. But after the pandemic, we switched to a full hybrid mode. So every session that we do today, which has been recorded, you will be able to find it on the YouTube for aMP community. And we have a dedicated YouTube space, and you will find some channel dedicated one for each session of the day. So if there are two sessions at the same time that interest you, you can go to one session and look at the recording for the second one. That's very interesting, of course. Thank you very much. And Mr. Ferros, if you want just to add Ferros will do the first session in this room. So if you are interested, what is the name of your session?
So I'm accelerating the business with Microsoft 365.
So Mohammed, I'll explain.
Yes,
Yeah, sure. As I said, people like three tracks. Track one is going to be in PG auditorium. That's the camera. That's what I want to look for. Like it has been PG auditorium. அவங்க என்ன சொல்ல வராங்கன்னா மைக்ரோசாஃப்ட்ல கூகுள் ஷீட் கூகுள் ஃபார்ம்ஸ் அதெல்லாம் யூஸ் பண்ணிருப்பீங்களா அந்த மாதிரி மைக்ரோசாஃப்ட்ல ஷேர் பாயிண்ட் அப்படின்றத நம்ம யூஸ் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம் இல்லையா probably we'll be using in Sona we have a software and they are going to give you a lot of inputs related to Microsoft products and in the like track one here as I said people like CSIT like AI all the students are going to sit over here. It is called AI usage. Artificial intelligence usage is going to be happening in this particular hall, right? And for MBA students, you are going to be in an MBA conference hall. It is called as a track 2, building AI, how to build artificial intelligence, right? Those things will be happening in MBA conference hall. Probably after Mohammed the search session, we can shift out, right? No, we can shift.
Oh, it's up to you.
Yeah. After your session, we can shift. And track 3 is about it will be in a tier classroom. It is like Microsoft 365, where the biotech students and MBA students will be sitting over there, right? This is a plan, and there it will be given in detail. Sure, you can able to understand. You will be getting a lot of inputs. Again, repeatedly I am saying off, right? So please. Yeah. Please, once again, they will be welcoming you. Yep.
Thank you, sir, for your outstanding keynote address. Your deep insights into the future enterprise solution has not only enlightened us, but inspired us, but to think more creatively and strategically about the challenges and opportunities ahead. Thank you, sir.
Today, we have a distinguished guest among us, a visionary leader in the world of technology. It's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Abdul Rashid Feroz Khan, the founder and CEO of Coachesler India and UAE. Mr. Khan's expertise and passion for innovation have made him a respected figure in the industry. We are honored to have him here today to launch Hackers Talk. His presence adds a significant dimension to this event. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Abdul Rashid Feroz Khan.
It is going all over the world, right? நம்மளுக்குன்னு ஒரு dignity, capacity, இல்லையா அதெல்லாம் இருக்கு. Plus, I said that you are a disciplined students, you have to keep up that. But நம்ம பேரை நம்ம தான் காப்பாற்றணும். சரியா? You want to be silent. That's a big cooperation you are giving to the resource person and guest.
Launched the product called Hackerstock, right? And this Hackerstock platform is going to be a hackathon tool that you can use. I see most of you people should be doing your learning, right, with the help of your books you do, or you go with your labs. You should be having, I'm pretty much sure that you still have some observations where you go to your labs, you try whatever is there on your observation, right? And we have this tool which we have come up with, and this is specifically for Microsoft partners. And now we are making it open for universities. We have already signed in. We have Paul, who is helping us to launch one of event, which is said to be at Boston with the help of this tool. Yeah, what happened? HDMI. No, the cable works. There's no problem with the cable. Just give us a couple of minutes. Oh, but I have my demo steps on this laptop. Okay, can you get me another laptop? We can do it. Not sure. It's not getting streamed. I mean, not the stream, but the HDMI.
Do you know Pratap Reddy?
Yeah, easy. Okay.
Change of the laptop.
We want to change the laptop.
Yes, sir.
You have a C type of connector or something? C, type C.
Type C, this one, sir.
Type C.
to go with Salesforce and things, right? So we have this tool called HackerStock. The HackerStock, the main context of this tool is that at top of you do trainings, you go with some kind of lab environments that you work across. We want to make sure that we give you some use case and you try something which will be what's exactly happening over the industry as such, right? Say, for example, you learn something like a large language model on your AI, or you people come from a business track, you learn something about business applications like Dynamics CRM, right? Have you heard about it? The tool called Dynamics CRM? Yes? Let's make it interactive. Yes? Who comes in that? Yeah, okay. There are tools like SAP. Have you heard about it? Yes, SAP. So just saying that we have something called Dynamic CRM. It's like it's a CRM tool where you can manage your complete business entities that you have. Right from you speak about sales, you go with the product that you're going to come up with the release, or you want to speak about the purchase orders. You want to speak about what's the previous quarter of business that you did, what's the revenue stream that you had as such, right? So this is altogether like what you can do as such with Dynamic CRM. And as of now, how it looks like is that you just go, you open learn.microsoft.com. Here I can search for something which I can learn across. Right, this is something you should be knowing across. You go ahead, you say you want to learn about Dynamics 365. You say it over here, and you get you get documents about Dynamics 365. It's the same that you learn something. But what we exactly look for is that we want to go ahead, we want to make sure that you get onto the environment, we give you a use case, you can try working with it, right? And you understand like what exactly happens with the technology over the industry. Trust me, whatever you learn, right, you speak about your business or you speak about your technology, like you say C, C++, it's not over the industry. We are now speaking about data, we are not speaking about AI, right? And this is something that you need to know about what's happening over the industry right now. So this tool goes ahead, it works with all other platforms. You see, we have already partners like Emirates, we have plenty many things which we are doing for Microsoft now. We do have like Walgreens, we work with Boeing as well. And this is all the technology stack that we have as of now on which you can try the hackathons. You have like security, yes. You know, that Russian. You still have the we are changing it. So it's stream.com. This is so we have so it's almost like you go ahead with all kind of technologies that you learn, right? But what we expect is that you go ahead, you try something to be done as such. You see, there's a large area that you go to something called certifications, right? You do Microsoft certifications, you do Amazon certifications, you do GCP certifications, but the environment has been changed where the industry is looking for. They want to validate what exactly your skills is. Right, we are into AI, we are looking for something where, say for example, if I'm recruiting somebody from your college, right, I don't want you people to come there and get trained as such. I don't want that time to be violated. I give more priority to people who are like, who already knows about how to work with OpenAI, who already knows how to work with, Copilot or something which is related to Dynamics that you speak about or SAP that we speak about. And we get this tool, I'll be showing you that. We have this HackerStock tool, which gives you a use case, right? We give you a learning content, and on top of that, it gives you a use case. We try validating your skills if you could solve it or not. And if at all, if you solve it, you get a badge, which is said to be a global badge that we have. And you can just publish it over your LinkedIn, or it helps you to validate the skills. This is already partnered with Microsoft, and we have all the Microsoft partners like TCS and Infosys who have been using this. So this is the technology that we have. We work with GCP, we work with Salesforce, AWS, and all these things. And the environment looks like, let's say I go for login, and I need to sign in here. So let me take up an account which I already have. It's called demo participant. And we will take up this password too. For the other one, you have another email ID. You sent me on emails or something? No, I don't have that laptop here. Wait, I will sign here. Not worry. See? I'm not that strong on remembering my credentials. This is not my laptop. I go with saving all my passwords with my laptop. Having a base ID makes it simple. So here is the email address. Let's try signing in. So we just log in here. Okay, all right, we are back. We are back. You're there with me? Okay, all right. So we go with this hackathon. See, I click on hackathon. See, this is one of the certifications that you see. We have like various tracks against filtrations, like you go with security, you go with AI, or you speak about DevOps if you want to work with. Now, let's say if you want to take up this certification, we work with other use cases as well. We have like machine learning, we have data science, right? Now, when you take up this certification, you want to say that you see the details of the certifications, right? And the certifications right now works in such a scenario where you prepare for the certification, you go with Pearson Center or you go take up your exam at your premise, right? That's how it works actually now. And what Microsoft is right now working with the roadmap is that they are trying to come up with hackathons to resolve. So the certifications is not going to be the same way what you look for, right? You go to your exam center, you answer some multiple choice questions. It's not going to be like that. They keep the environment changing. Maybe the next couple of quarters we can expect something where Microsoft comes with. They give you a hackathon challenge and you need to solve the hackathon, only then you're certified. So we are moving one step ahead. We want to make sure that we keep you people ready, right? The young minds and even the GSI partners that we have who would be ready to work with the tools that we have here. So you go with this and you will be, if at all if you're enrolling for this, you'll be given up with the training and see you have like channels. We want to make it both hybrid, right? Virtual and hybrid as well. So you have like a general channel, you have a coach room where you'll be having the coaches and we split you people into different teams. We give a use case and we want you to be on different teams. Say, for example, a few of you would be sales guys, right? You're coming from management stuff, so you might be salespeople. You might be having a few of them who are said to be solution architects, there might be developers, there might be DB administrators, there might be security engineers who comes in, and they need to stick on to each and every team that we have here. This exactly looks like how you go to an, let's say an IT industry, right? You want to understand about how a project works as such. There should be someone who works as a project manager. There should be someone who works as a security engineer. There should be someone who works as an infra guy, architect, developer, right? So we make it on the same way. We split it into multiple teams over here. You can join, you can try solving the hackathons, and the challenges will be like this. You go, you have like multiple challenges here. You say challenge 1, challenge 2, like that. Once you solve the challenge 1, you mark it as completed, and you go with the sandbox to be opened up. So you say, open the sandbox, you get a VM here. So for this AZ104, we have a VM, provided if it's like Power Apps, we give access for the Power Apps portal. You get a login credentials that should be valid for 1 month of time. And probably after 1 month of time, you just go ahead, you can access the learning materials, you get the access to the proctors, where you can make sense of it all. It's getting loaded. The Bastion needs a good internet, and it takes time as well. And apart from that, we do have like announcement where we want to keep it published to you people saying that what's exactly happening with the hackathon as well. So this is all about the tool, and we are. I mean, like I want to make it to be, presented, having Patrick, having Paul, having your. I saw a huge like-minded team from your management as well. We had your HOD. I'm sorry, I forgot one of us. Who was here? Murli sir, and there was another person as well, right? Emmanuel sir, yeah. We had a strong kind of discussions which had been for 3 or 4 months of time, and we want to put up this event and we want to come up with a launch as well that would be happening at the same time as well. We'll be working close with the management. Let's see things gets worked out. You can even explore the hackathon tool which is set, right? Well, so thank you so much for that, and with that, I hope we will start.
Yes, we can.
That we have. Yeah. Yeah, we will shuffle.
So as per plan, like all technical students, you can be here. Those who are from other halls also, you can come over here. Mean that your IT, CS, all, students want to be over here. Biotech students, you want to be in a trial classroom. The faculty will guide you. Vignesh, like you can follow Vignesh so that biotech students you can be in a trial classroom. MBA students, you can be in MBA conference hall. Right? In 5 days, you can start a program in respective halls.
one that's happening in India that's right now, and we have the other tracks that's in Indonesia, and we have later coming up from Manila, we have from Kuala. We have like other tracks as well that's coming up over the next few months. So we keep doing this across the globe. We want to make sure that your people get enriched with the knowledge, right? And that's okay. It's almost like 35, 37. Okay. I'll take probably the next 20 or 25 minutes. We have other tracks as well where the speakers need your up. So I'll take the other 20 minutes to speak about the co-pilot with Microsoft 365, the key features, and understanding on how to do it. Have you ever heard this term called co-pilot? No? Yes? How many of you have heard about it? Okay. And others on you to it? You know about the co-pilot part? But okay, cool. Right. Copilot is said to be an AI automated tool with an interview from humans. So this makes it simple for you. You want to work with an Excel, you want to create a report, or let's say you want to go with creating a presentation. And what makes it more interesting is that what makes it more interesting is that you get a more of teams. Right? I'm pretty sure you should be using Microsoft Teams. Yes. Have you heard about the Okay, cool. So Microsoft Teams is where you host a meeting, you join a meeting as well, right? You work with channels, you have your teams to be. I'm speaking about the individual teams. Let's say my team, whether three people can be on a team, and you and other four people can be on a channel as well, right? And we invite you. We want to collaborate together to work with a specific project or with specific discussions to be carried out. Now, say for example, Copilot helps you a lot when you speak about Teams, when you speak about Outlook, right? You create emails with Outlook, you just go to Outlook, you have some 10 or 15 threads of communication, you can ask people to summarize and say, hey, what's there with, the email that's from Batman and policy. So that's something which makes it interesting. The Copilot helps more with the power of LLM, the large language models. It tries to enhance the LLMs you have. And you have an AI integrated experience. So Copilot has been integrated with both the web version and even the local version you have. You speak about Microsoft Word, you speak about PowerPoint. Okay. Or we can duplicate the screen.
Yeah, duplicate.
Yes. Okay. So this gives you an integrated experience, right? Where you go ahead, you can find Copilot with Outlook, you can find Copilot with Team, right? And you can supercharge your workflow. The thing really, for example, you have a session that's happening for you, you have a lecturing session that's happening for you. You want to join in between of the lecturing session and you want to make sense of what has been discussed for the last 20 minutes. So you have so you can ask the co-pilot like, hey, what was discussed during the team meeting with the lecturing for the last 6 minutes? And what makes it even more interesting is that maybe let's say we are away from your desk, right? You're in a hall where you did not join your meeting for past 1 week of time, something like that. We can just generally go with pilot, pilot to see summarizing the key stuff which is said for the past, 1 week. Will be operate this meeting for they have to be engaged have to be there. So what to do? No, just give me 2 minutes so that I can. It's almost also wanted like pretty continuous. Okay. You can go to the conference.
Yeah, yeah. She's a good man. This is the problem. You can automate the printers. Right, so we are good. We are good. Okay, fine. Yeah. Sorry, there are a few interruptions happening. It happens during the very first session that we do, right? And I'm that lucky guy who got the very first session. All right, okay. Supercharging the workflow. Supercharging is that, as I said before, you can you're away. If you're away from your work that you have, and you want to make sure that summarize the stuff that have been happening in your meeting for past, like, 1 week or something. Then go, you can ask teams to summarize the stuff. Right? And this makes it even more interesting with, you get experienced with the functionalities of Microsoft 365. The functionality is also to be like it helps me in leading the company to Microsoft 365. You speak about the tool called Dynamics, right? You can do the Dynamics and say that you want to spread the basic work that's been happening to the previous platform that you have. Or you can even say what could be the business regular internal work, the forecast that can be generated. Or I can still go with the Power BI asking Copilot to generate reports, put it on Copilot, take me towards a bar chart, a pie chart that represents about this. You can also boost the efficiency across the applications. So it means you just give them prompt, and what makes more sense is that the power is the prompt, right? The intent that you're going to give up as such. You with make that thing. I'm saying an example like you go to make it. You have been seeing. You have chatbots, right? That's exactly where we need to AI. You have chatbots. You have created a file from Chennai to Frankfurt, and you multiply you run a cancellation, you are reading the same, you don't really have these good data. And the model is working in such a way that it can work well, frequently ask questions. And at top of that, it moves on to a sales representative or some said to be a support guy who works as a line agent who is going to reply to you. And now we are in an era where we have Copilot, right? And Copilot can answer for your questions. You can check for your ID. You can say like, hey, your ticket is not with the reason since you don't have a no-show, or it can say whatever the status that is set. So it makes simple. And whenever I speak about this AI, whenever I speak about this Copilot, see a large kind of audience where people ask me about will this replace sapiens? Is AI is going to replace sapiens? I mean, do you think AI will be replacing sapiens? I mean, do you think AI will be replacing us? Not at all. So you're simply with the footprints where you need to know about how to stream your work even more faster. You need to know about how you can fine tune the large language models. You need to know about how you can fine tune having more of the efficiency that you can work with. And that's exactly where we are now developing tools like so I have a very short time, so let me make it interesting going on with tools here. You don't even have access to them. Then let's try going on. Just give me a minute. Let's go with portal.office.com. We'll try and sign in. Yeah. Yes. Thanks, Bernard. Okay, I will now go. Let me say I need to sign in. Unfortunately, I don't have my phone with me now. We have people here.
in just getting access to my environment. This is not mine. No, I cannot do this. I don't have my. Just give me a second. I don't have my phone with me, so I cannot do the MFA. Yeah. Clear earlier. Sorry, I'm phone. Sorry, I'm phone. Alidata, I should take it. I cannot do verification. That's getting started. Please. Yes. Okay, all right. Let's get back to this. I thought of showing some demos to you. Then I don't have my phone. I need to do the verification. This is not my laptop. Okay. The core elements of this Copilot with Microsoft 365 is now you get the analytics, you want to summarize the emails, you summarize even the windows of getting an issue, you're going on the teams, the outlook. You want to see like how this gets summarized. You want to shoot an email, right? It gives you a suggestion. It reads the thread. It tries going up the suggestions, helping you to enhance what exactly you can reply to the message. You do in Copilot. So whenever you think Copilot, say for example, you build a Copilot solution, you need to make sure that you treat few ethical considerations that you come with. You have any fairness, right? You cannot say that, say for example, you don't like nation people or you don't like you cannot go with any racism or you cannot do or go with any kind of ethical considerations. No prompts that can respond for any kind of vulnerability, right? You cannot ask I mean, like, say, for example, you done a wrong, right? This should not be done, but still just saying from feeling perspective. You ask Copilot that you wanna kill someone, say for example, and Copilot should respond you in such a way that this is not considered to be a consideration. Right? You're not supposed to search for this. So the Copilot that you build should have all kind of ethical considerations that you have. You should follow the safety and the reliability. It still goes on if you're building a co-pilot for just Europe or you go with they have a lot of rules which you need to keep following whenever you build a co-pilot. You need to make sure that you fall within the ground rules. So whether the data would be utilized for training purpose and what kind of data you're going to use. You also need to make sure about what you can respond and what you're not supposed to respond. Here is said to be the AI that makes more, improving the productivity and revolutionizing your way to work with the Copilot. It works with Word, it works with Microsoft 365, you have Copilot with Teams, right? It constrains your cost. Copilot is been free. Let's look at see most of them is to be your college or your management can get pilot license taken as each and every engagement's field. Or it can still go ahead, you can try, working with teams, right? If you have any sessions of lecturing that's happening with Microsoft Teams, you can go with Copilot and ask Copilot to summarize what was the session that was given by yesterday, the summary of notes, and summarize the recording. So recording at the back end, the architecture is like it gets stored with something called as Microsoft Stream. Have you heard about the tool called Microsoft Stream? No. So these folks are from IT or you're from business background? IT. And which year in the people? That's surprising to see as a India people doesn't know about Microsoft Stream. Okay. Microsoft Stream is like another solution that we have. Okay, we have a lifesaver with us. Well, now let me show this in real time. I need to make it more clearly steps. Let me go up here. Makes sense. I go with Copilot. I say send me a verification code. Say 809498. So this is said to be my office, right? And what we do here is, if you are said to be the administrator for your organization, you need to go up here, you need to buy the license. Okay, with me, please. Let's say show all, and you go for, you see this billing, and you see the purchase services. You can buy Copilot from here. So you need to have the admin rights. You go here, you can buy Copilot for the number of users. You see this Microsoft Copilot for Microsoft 365. You need to buy this, and you have to allocate the license for each and every member that you have. Right? So this is like one thing that you do. And on top of that, you also go ahead, you can go to the, there's applications like Word. Let's make sense about how Copilot works with Word here. Now I can go with the Word document here. You see, can you find this? You have Copilot. You're there with me? You go with the Copilot here, and now this is where I can ask the Copilot to generate steps. Let's say I'll ask Copilot to generate a document which will be details about Microsoft 365 Copilot. So I can say this. Or the other way is that I can even go here, I can ask it to do it here. So yeah, say generate document. This works with my environment. See, it gets you the details over there. You can still say generate a document which is about Microsoft 365 Copilot, and this should be a formal document. Excuse me. I just say this, and I say generate. And see, I'm not typing any kind of paragraphs. Now you make sense. You make your observations to be simple, right? You don't need to go. You write your observations for pages, right? Stick to your next one. Let's make it productive, right? I can just say delete this. I will go to the Copilot. I can say write a C# code to develop a simple hello world UWP app, okay, and brief the code. So I'll ask this to be done. I'll say generate, and this can generate the code for me now. Now, why do you need observations? Why do you need records? I'm pretty much sure it's still there with you, right? You write observations. I mean, like during my college days, I used to have something called observation, and you need to write it. You need to get it validated, right?
And here it is all like you go, you try, you have a step-by-step document that speaks about what your code is actually going to do for you. I hope you're making sense. Right? Now I can even make it simple. Now, say for example, you don't understand about what's written here. I can go to the Copilot. I can say, summarize this document. I hope you can see this. I am not sure if I can zoom it. Maybe I can zoom it for you. Can you see the response here? It says, here is a summary of document which says you can download the UWP app, right? And it says like what the student can actually do. And see, it's like why you just go ahead, you say you want to develop a code, just a matter of seconds. You don't serve code, you make a code as such. And that's the same that you have Pilot, which is said to be with GitHub. It's a platform called GitHub. Right? And you have Copilot, it can be integrated with the visuals to your code environment. You can ask them to write the test cases, validate the code. Right? They can do the testing as well. I mean, they can give you the relations that it can perform. And remember, this cannot work on its own. The only all that you have is the way the maximum of what the enhancement you do on your code, the result that you can access. Now I can go to Teams. I said I can work with Microsoft Teams as well. So let me take, we'll have a little two minutes for Microsoft Teams. And yeah, we could log in here. Okay, here I am there with the Teams. Now I can go to Copilot. Yeah, I have Copilot here. You see this? We have Copilot. I can ask the Copilot about summarize the meetings. See, it gives you the prompts, right? I can say summarize the meetings which I had by the month of July 2024. So I look for the meetings during 2024. Now I want to make sense like what's the business conversation I had by the previous month. It tries checking the email. You see this training discussions, hacker talk, training discussion with Pratap. I have all these meetings which has been done, and it says like who are there at the meeting, right? And what's the total number of meetings we done. It gives a summary of all those steps here. I hope you're getting it. It's not that you go to calendar, you check for each and everything like what happened during the last month or the last week. You can still say click here. You see like new prompts. It gives you the prompts. You can ask the Copilot, hey, what's on my calendar for today? Now you see this natural language kind of experience, right? It's just saying like how I ask you people, right? I say like, hey, what's there on your calendar for today? I'm asking the same with the Copilot. It says that there's like two meetings we have today. One is said to be accelerating the one which we are having right now, and the other one is like a status call which I need to take it. That makes it simple. You're getting it, right? So this is all like where you can accelerate your business. It's really strong for me. It's all about how you can go. You can accelerate your business. You can enhance the connectivity by using the Microsoft. Any questions for me? No. Questions should be on two extent. Right? Either you understand pretty well everything, or the other way is you don't understand it. Okay? So which category is that? First one. Yeah. Surprising. All right.
different tools when you buy a Microsoft 365 license. One is dedicated to one subject or one usage, and we can classify them by the tools that work for individual, the tools that are designed to work for the team as a whole, and some tools are even trying to target the whole company or the whole organization. So we have tools for personal productivity. We have tools for data, document, and file management. So in this category, it's very easy to understand. SharePoint is the backbone, as I said before, where Microsoft 365 will store and manage all the documents and files. In the communication space, we have several tools. I just want to say that email is a very good communication tool, but it should be used as what it is good for. And so keep using email for communication and not for collaboration, because collaboration is very different in the spirit as communication. Communication, you give some information. Collaboration, you want to create, for example, a proposal for a customer or a physical product for a customer. And this is very different activities than communicating, so you should use different tools. And Microsoft is providing us very good tool in terms of collaboration, which is Teams. And we have also many tools to help digitalize business process, like the Power Platform as a whole, but it will not be, I will not give a lot of details about that in this presentation. Okay, so Microsoft is adding more and more free tools in this space. When I say free tools, you should understand that are not totally free usually. That's more tools that you can have access to when you have already bought a license. So it's not really free, but for the same price, you get more tools. The last new product they have introduced are Microsoft Designer to create some cool picture with AI. Clipchamp is a new tool which can help you to manage video. You can edit and generate all the internal video for your enterprise. And Microsoft Loop is dedicated to collaboration at a high level. But Microsoft is also introducing many new tools that are premium, which means that you have to buy a new license in addition to the Microsoft 365 basic license to get access to the premium tools. So in the past 2 or 3 years, they have introduced 5 major new tools. First, Microsoft Viva, which is mostly to manage all HR activity in the enterprise. They have introduced something which was called at some point Syntex, which is now called SharePoint Premium. So it's a new addition, new capabilities around SharePoint, especially in document management, which need a premium license. Teams Premium is new capabilities around meeting in Teams. So you probably have used many meetings in Teams. It's really providing a similar experience to what we have in Zoom, for example. But if you want a premium experience, for example, automatic summary by the AI, you have to buy Teams Premium. And Copilot is one of these new premium addition in this whole capabilities of Microsoft 365. What is very interesting is this AI tool is fully integrated with the all Microsoft tools we know, like Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and Teams, and Outlook. And last but not least, there is also a Power Platform Premium Edition. In fact, you should be aware that there is not only one Copilot. Microsoft has introduced many Copilots. In fact, almost all existing products at some point have their Copilot, which means that Copilot is not really a new product. Copilot is more a new way of interacting with the software. We are very used to use a keyboard or to use a mouse or to use a screen with menu and window. Really, Copilot for me is a new way of interacting with software. And Microsoft at least decided to put this new type of interface in almost every existing product. So we have basically three levels of AI. The first one is AI that helps to generate text, so that's GPT, AI, generative pre-trained transformers, the same name as ChatGPT, but it is used for generating some text at some point, and it is embedded in Copilot for Microsoft 365. You can also generate image by AI, and the motor, the engine inside this type of AI is DALL-E, which is a special AI engine which is able to generate not text but image. With the last version of ChatGPT, they have also introduced way to generate some image. And Codex is the third type of very important type of AI. It's the AI which is able to generate some new code, and this is especially the type of AI you can find in GitHub Copilot. So this is the three most important type of AI, generative AI you can find in nowadays in Microsoft products. So as I said, I will summarize on this picture. The first point to keep in mind is Copilot is not a new product. It's a new way to interact with your software. In this picture, we have a user point of view from the whole Microsoft 365 stack. We can see Teams as the front end of this set of tools, because within Teams, you can access to all other tools. The second layer is all the tools you can embed in Teams. So in Teams, for example, you can embed an Excel spreadsheet or a Power BI report or a stream with a video stream. So this is the second layer. And as I said, SharePoint is the third layer, or it's a backend layer. You don't see it everywhere, but it's managing all the file and the documents. And where can I put Copilot in this schema? It's really on the right side, and it's like a new way to interact with your software, as I said. So at every level, you can have access to a Copilot in Teams, in SharePoint, and in Excel, for example. So this is really, and usually, visually, it is the way it appears in the interface. On the right, usually you have a panel on the right of your screen where you can interact with the chat with the Copilot. So another picture that shows that there is not one product Copilot. It's where everywhere they have announced a Copilot. So in almost every product, as I said, there is a Copilot way to interact with the product. Specifically in Microsoft 365, there are two integration way of integration. The first one is on existing application. So you have a Copilot for Word, a Copilot for PowerPoint, for Excel, for OneNote, and you have also a Copilot for Outlook and for Teams. But there is also a second way of integration. You can create what they call a business chat. In Teams, for example, this is like a virtual colleague, I would say. And you can discuss with this colleague, virtual colleague, to ask some news about a customer, for example, last news about a meeting you have not been able, for example, to attend. So this is a very interesting way to interact with AI, is to discuss about the business question you have. And you can access this this way Copilot in Teams, in Outlook, and in Viva Engage, the old Yammer. Probably some of you have heard about Yammer, which is a social network in Microsoft 365. It's now called Viva Engage. You can do several different things with your Copilot. You can, in many ways, generate some text or summarize some text, manipulate text, obviously in Word, but in many other space. You can create presentation, PowerPoint presentation. You can also generate image with DALL-E, as I said. You can also analyze your data in Excel, especially. And you can do some integration with a project, with meetings in Teams. That's very powerful to be able to generate an automatic summary of any meetings, because in the business space, most of the time, you spend probably most of your time in meetings, with internal meetings or with customers, and it takes a lot of time to summarize or to put on an email or on a message the action point and things like that. So it's very efficient to use Copilot for that, and it works quite well. Here are some examples of Copilot usage. Interestingly, you can use a free version of Copilot. So if you go to copilot.microsoft.com, or if you go to Edge, you use the Edge browser, you can access to a free version, totally free version of Copilot, which can already be very useful, but with some limitation I will detail a little bit. Here, for example, we have a screenshot of a way to use Copilot in Edge browser. You display on your main window a PDF file, for example, and you can open on the right a tab with Copilot and ask, for example, Copilot to summarize the PDF. So that's very efficient and very cool to use. You can use Copilot to write an email based on web content. So, for example, you can say, can you summarize the last information about new product provided by Microsoft? And it will go to the internet to find the latest innovation. So that's also a very convenient and very useful way to use it, and it's always and it's accessible for free. You have also in Edge, so this for this you need Edge. You have a component called the composer template, to create professional and ready-to-use content. So it's only working on your browser, and you can copy and paste wherever you want the content generated. You can also, for free, use the designer with Microsoft Designer to create image from AI. So that's also a very interesting application. For example, for a student work, you can generate some cool images directly for free. Here, I wanted to show you just a quick demo, not demo, but video of Copilot in Word for those who have never seen it. Sorry. I will do the comments. So, as you can see, there is a way to give some command directly inside your blank page in Word, and you can ask to use some content already in your Microsoft 365, and it's very efficient to be able to generate some text using some existing content. For example, content coming from a white paper or from an internal sheet, and Word is able to generate some content. You can, as we can see here, add some beautiful picture or things like that. And this is the way we interact with Copilot directly into existing tools like Word. It's exactly the same capabilities we have in Word, in PowerPoint, in Excel, and things like that. Okay. So that was to show you a real view of where it is implemented. But once again, the most important to understand how it works is probably to have a look at the engine below the interface. And it's using as a ChatGPT LLM, so large language model, which is basically mathematical stuff, mathematical algorithm. It's not at all magical, but it's a mathematical at a high level of using a large amount of data and a large amount of memory. Is basically using the content available on the internet to be aware and to be able to predict new words, new content, using exactly the same similar algorithm we have in ChatGPT. What is important to keep in mind is that it's really algorithm. It's not magic again, even if it can look magic at some point. So, as I said already, Copilot is using GPT. So this is one LLM. Copilot is using private instances. So if I am in my company, I am sure the content I manage and I use is not mixing with content of another company, which is very important in the business space. LLM is optimized for conversation and is reinforced. So there is a basic, I would say, computer version, and it's reinforced with human feedback. So, for example, there are at the beginning of LLM, the LLM was able to say, okay, a cow, how big is the egg of a cow? And the LLM was saying, okay, a cow is bigger than a chicken, so the egg of a cow is bigger than the egg of a chicken, which is not true. We all know that, but computer don't know that. So we were able to put some reality stuff inside the engine to be sure that it's not producing too bad an answer. The LLM was trained at some point in time and is not continuously learning. That's a very important point because at the beginning of LLM, for example, the LLM was not aware that the Queen of England was dead. And so you could ask some question about Queen Elizabeth, and he wasn't aware it was dead. But right now, they have modified the algorithm to be sure that the LLM is also aware of the latest news in the world, of what is happening in the world. But it's more like a hack above the LLM, and they are not trained every time continuously, because it takes a lot of computer resource to do that. So at some point they stop the learning phase or the training phase, and they add some hack to be sure that they have the latest news. And at some point you should be aware that they can provide some hallucination, so not true result. So we should always be aware that this is not the truth. This is probably almost all solutions, all answers provided are not bad or not wrong, but some of them are really wrong. What makes Copilot for Microsoft 365 different from ChatGPT? This short video will show it to us. So the Copilot system is really three parts. So the first part on the top left is Microsoft 365 apps. So the interface of your Copilot is directly, as I said, in Word, in Excel, in Teams. We have seen that. And this is very different from what we have with ChatGPT. Then, I'm not sure it's working. Yeah, okay. From the interface you have in Microsoft 365 apps, the prompt is getting modified or optimized with the content you have access. So there is a pre-processing phase. And for that, he's trying to understand some very specific stuff like, let me stop that. He's trying to understand some specific stuff like, sorry. When you do a prompt saying, I want to have a summary of the last meeting I have had with my customer, you should understand what is your customer, what is your last meeting, when it was, and things like that. To get all this information, he is using what is called Microsoft Graph, which is an API, which allows to understand in your Microsoft 365 environment, where is your customer, who is your customer, who are the meeting to have in your calendar, and things like that. So using this API, you can get very detailed information about your current environment, working environment, and this makes it very powerful to answer a real question about your exact environment. So this is the pre-processing phase. They call it grounding. And the modified prompt is sent to the LLM, which is very similar to what we have for ChatGPT. And there is the same process after the processing, which is called post-processing. And for example, if in the answer there is some reference to your customer or to your meeting, it can be put directly into the answer, the exact reference of your meeting of your customer. So this is the interaction between these three parts. It makes Copilot 365 a little bit different, really special versus ChatGPT. So integration with existing product and integration with existing data in your environment. And last but not least, all this stuff are interacting into a protected bubble, I could say, where all your data are protected and are not going outside the boundary of the enterprise. Seen that? Okay. If we have just a quick look at this more detailed schema, we can also see on the left that you can have some plugins. So by default, Microsoft 365 Copilot is using all the data you have in your environment. So it can be Word document, PowerPoint, things like that, Excel sheet. But you can also plug it to, for example, a CRM system like Salesforce, or enterprise also planning system, ERP like SAP, to get more business accurate information. If, for example, you want to have to be able to answer some question about the last order you had with your customers, you should connect with such type of system. In terms of licenses, there is 4 licenses. So the first on the left is the totally free license. It's Copilot for personal use. You can go on copilot.microsoft.com and use it just like that. That's as easy as that. If you want to use it in your own Word, Excel sheet, you have a personal license. You should buy a Copilot Pro license, so second column. The third column is Copilot. It's free with a star, which means that you have access to it if you connect using an account which have access to Microsoft 365 E3, E5, business standard or business premium license. So basically it means if you have a license already in use, you can access with and use this account, you can access to your free version of Copilot, but it will not be, it will be cool and very efficient, but it will be available only in your browser. If you want to integrate with Word, Excel, PowerPoint like that, you need the four column license, which is $30 in addition to all you pay already. So it can be said it's a lot of money, and it is, especially if you have a big company. But it's a question of how many people in your company can be interested by that. One major point you should be aware is that your data should be well organized, because everything is based on how the system is doing some search on your content. So, for example, if you have 10 versions, different similar versions of the same document in your environment, Microsoft Copilot will not be able to find the correct one, probably. So you have to be sure that only the good version is still available, and maybe do some cleaning about the old version, that the work version that have been necessary to create the final document. So you have to organize and classify your data quite well to get all the benefit of using such a tool. You can also, this is a recent announcement Microsoft made at Build this year. You can, let me show you the little demo. It's very quick, so have a look. It will show you how to create a personal, dedicated, custom Copilot, which means if you use the Copilot Microsoft 365, it will take the data from all your environments. But sometimes you just want, for example, to be able to answer some questions about HR or about the latest product you have introduced in your company. To do that, you should focus on a very small set of documents, for example, a product sheet or 2 or 3 presentation, PowerPoint presentation of the document. And this can be done really easily. For example, you have here SharePoint library, and you select only 4 documents, and you create a Copilot from this set of documents. And that's easy as selecting the document, saving, and then as easy as creating a folder, as I say. And then you can answer with this Copilot some very targeted question on this set of documents. So that's very powerful and efficient way to manage very dedicated Copilot. Part 2, usage and adoption. The barriers of productivity have been identified by Microsoft using several interviews, and they have a very good site which is called Work Trend Index, which is trying to summarize the work trend in the business company all over the world. And it has been identified that efficient meetings are very, inefficient meetings are very boring, and too many meetings are also a big problem. So meetings are really a big part of inefficiency in the world of business. You can also find that when you have not clear goals or you feel uninspired, you cannot help. So these are the type of problem that Copilot introduction will try to solve. And generative AI is also trying to give more time for people to be more creative. And as we can see on the right, from the studies they have done on Microsoft 365 products, we can see that most of the time, the bigger part of the time, people are using communication tools and not so much time they are using creation tools. But if we think, for example, that Teams meeting will be summarized automatically and we will be able to manage meeting more efficiently, we can expect that the creation part will increase. So what can we do exactly with LLM? If you have used ChatGPT, you have probably already a good idea of what it can do for your own perspective. But if we try to summarize that at the Microsoft 365 level for a company, for example, you can use LLM to generate documents, generate PowerPoint presentation, and things like that. Probably not generating from nothing, but generating from an existing document. You can complete, for example, or details a document existing. You can also transform, because it's very easy to transform one product sheet, for example, on a more describing document, or a product sheet on a PowerPoint presentation. So it's very convenient to transform one form of document to another. We can also be used to summarize. So it's very efficient when you have a big document, let's say 40 page, you don't have time, you ask Copilot to summarize, and it will give you a really good overview of what is inside the document. Or it can be a document, it can be a thread of emails, it can be a discussion in Teams. So it can help summarize many interesting discussion or text you have access in your business process. You can answer, obviously, any question about a procedure, about a process in any company. That's very interesting, because it is said that most of the questions are always the same. For example, a share people have 10 times a day the question, how I post my holidays or things like that. So if AI is doing the answer, it can improve the productivity of the whole company, of course. You can converse with your AI about such topic like business topic, like your last customer, your last interaction with your customer, or something like that. And you can also classify, which is, I think, a very interesting usage for LLM, because we don't think always about that, but you can really classify for, you can use the LLM to help classify, for example, between your customers. If you have many customers, you can use it to say, okay, you create a 3 group of customers using such type of criteria. Here are the details. An example, of course, of a very improving productivity usage is translation. This is obviously a way to modify a text, to transform a text. Automatic translation with GPT, with Copilot is usually very good, and it's improving every day. So that's a very efficient way to use it, because in many companies you spend a lot of time translating from your own language to English to maybe another language. So it can help a lot in terms of productivity. Here are a summary of the top 10 try you can use with your Copilot for Microsoft 365. So if you want to give a try at some point, that's interesting starting point. We have different examples of what we have already seen. So translation, recap, summarize a meeting, summarize an email thread, generate an email, summarize the document again, and tell me about some topics, some project. So these are very usual and the best fundamental example we can propose. Microsoft did a very good job describing what they call functional scenarios. So if you are in finance, in IT, in marketing, You can have, using this site, a different example of how Copilot can help you in a very detailed way in your day-to-day job. So definitely, that's a very good resource. Last but not least, the art of prompting. If we speak about GPT, LLM, the most important thing is how to generate a good prompt. So what makes a great prompt for Microsoft 365? First, we have to start with a goal, an objective, the end, in fact, the result. You should have the result in mind, and you should start with that. We want a document, we want a list of advantage for a product and things like that. You have to define the stage, you have to define any parameters, and you have to specify the delivery of the answer. So unfortunately, we don't have time to give so many examples, but for Microsoft 365 Copilot, there is this four-part schema, which is very good, I think. First, you have to define the goal, so the end, keep in mind, the end in mind. What do you want? For example, I want a list of 3-5 bullet points. You need to specify the context, so why do you need it and who is involved? So for example, here it's for an upcoming meeting with such client. You should focus on their current state and why they are looking to achieve. You should also define your expectation. How should Copilot respond to fulfill your request? Respond with such type of tone. You should be friendly but authoritative as well. And last but not least, you should specify the source. What information are important to use for this generation? So here, for example, we want to focus on emails and team chat over the last 2 weeks. No need to go to, for example, emails that are 1 year, the date from 1 year ago. So this is really what makes a great prompt. There are also, you should be aware, there are many ways to make prompts. For example, you can just ask, do that. You can also make several shots. For example, give one example or two examples or many examples. You can also use iterative refinement. That means you ask first to do something, and if you are not totally okay with that, you ask a new version and things like that. So this is also a great tool, a great resource to go if you want to have some idea of how to create some very interesting prompt. And the last almost last one, meta prompting, is very interesting. If you really don't know how to make the good prompt, you can ask Copilot or ChatGPT exactly what will be the best prompt to do that. And that's an interesting way to use the tool to create a new prompt. You should be aware that, as I said, it's not magical. It's computer, it's IT, so there are some limits, at least at some point. So there are some limits in terms of character you can put in your prompt, character you can put in your, so it's around 2,000 characters in prompt, 4,000 in Microsoft 365. You have an option which is called Notepad, where you can put bigger prompt, but there's still a limit around 20,000. And you also have a limit of the number of the size of the document Microsoft Copilot can manage. For example, if you want to summarize a big document like 500 pages, probably you will not be able to go to the end of the document. Right now, these limits are improving every day almost, but you should be aware that there are some limits. So right now, the limits, for example, if you want to summarize a Word document, is around 80,000 words. which is quite big, but you may have bigger documents than that, of course. So that, as I said, that's IT, that's not magic. There is also a very interesting resource, which is Copilot Lab, which is a place where Microsoft is putting some example of the best prompt you can try, and you have capability to focus on the type of product, the type of activity you want, and things like that. But the advice I give to all of my customers to be good at prompting is to try yourself. And the best way for me to try and to improve your prompting capabilities is to use it with very graphical, very visual stuff like generating images. So as we said, we can do that with design and in the Microsoft toolset. And so if you use prompting test with Designer, you will see that sometimes only a little word changing all the images, which is very interesting because it's visual and you understand that you can have an impact by modifying a little bit your prompt. To start, once again, it's a very good way to start to improve your level because it's very visual. To conclude, this gives us a conclusion that we need to have or to develop some new skills because it will definitely be a new way of working. We will need to improve our judgment. Where should I use AI or where should I not use it? I should also have some curiosity, intellectual curiosity to develop my right question against AI. And also, as a human being, I should accept to delegate some tasks to the AI. It can be easy, but sometimes it can be not so easy. And at the end, after the result, I should always be able to detect some bias, some. I should assess the result. I should not accept the result. I should assess the result because it can be very good sometimes, not so good some of the time, and sometimes it can be really wrong. So when we go to that's the final slide. When we go to a customer and we explain how to manage the deployment of Microsoft 365 Copilot at the enterprise level, we always use this two-way approach. You should understand, you should make some governance. So governance is to make some rules, who need to access or who should not be able to access the tool at some point, which documents should we use, etc. The usage, we have seen many examples of usage, but you should focus on for which people in the company, for example, communication people, marketing people, which type of usage they will have to access. And then adoption. Adoption is when we have done the first 3 steps, we explain to all the people of marketing department how to use the tools, for example. That's it. Thank you very much. And I am available if you have any question. Yeah? No. Okay. Next section. Yeah.
to play with it. So this was going on for 30 years, right? Now, after this generative AI, things are changing in a different way. All the applications are being used in natural language, right? For example, let's take Uber or Ola, right? Which we used to book cab, right? As of now, we are using the tab, do a couple of clicks to book a cab and use it. But in future, it might turn different. We will be just saying that, hey Alexa, can you book a cab from railway station to Sona College? That's it. You don't even need to use the application to use it. Sorry, to book a cab. Everything might be turning to natural language. Likewise, this data analytics is also getting a transformation from using the tools to get insights towards using natural language to get insights. Okay, I'm going to show what we do in Excel, what we do in current data analytics tools right now, and how things are changing, how new products are coming, where people can just talk with the application and get the answers. They don't even need to know, okay, that's not the right word. They can just be super confident in their domain, talk with the data and get answers. Okay, so yeah, that's where my topic is all about. Data analytics with Gen AI. Let us see few tools, some of the techniques, and how to get the insights as well. So this is me. My name is Dinesh Kumar Prabhakaran. By profession, I work as product manager in a company called Kisflow. It is in Chennai. My native is Coimbatore, by the way. And by passion, I'm a Microsoft MVP for the data platform category. And I'm one among the 7 MVPs in data platform category in India. So how many of you know about big data? Have heard this term big data? Yeah, I can see some hands, right? So before 10 to 15 years, there were electronic devices, there were softwares, but the usage was pretty much limited. Okay, and the amount of data it generated also was very much limited. But what happened in the last 10 years is the data generation has become so wide, right? So that was the time you can imagine, like the smartphones came into picture, YouTube, applications like YouTube came into picture, came into existence, and a lot of videos, lot of data. Every phone nowadays, every phone is capable of storing at least 1 TB of data, right? At least 1 TB of data, right? So huge data generation started to happen, and the storage has become cheaper. That is why this is happening all around, right? So exactly 15 years back, if I want to buy a pen drive, it is like 144 MB pen drive. It would be costing around 2,000 to 3,000. I think professors would have remember that very well, right? But right now, storage, we don't even think about that. Every mobile is having storage. Every laptop we use is having storage, right? So storage has become cheaper. But what was not changed much is, okay, data is getting generated, that is fine. But what about the insights? Okay, so for example, I might be taking thousands of photos and having it in my phone. But what about the insights? Right? So insights, what I mean is, let's say Google Photos, if you are using, it would be showing you some of the memories kind of thing, 2 years back, 5 years back, or something like that, right? So that's what I call as insights. Some of the insights we are able to get, but not much. Data is getting dumped everywhere, in every enterprise, in every company, in every household. But the data is, most of the data is not getting used. Okay? So that was the situation as of now, we can imagine. Likewise, after big data, many technologies came into picture like Hadoop, MapReduce technique, and softwares like Hadoop, Spark, and all that enabled to get insights from structured data. Okay, so there are 3 categories of data. One is structured, semi-structured, and the third one is unstructured. Okay, Can someone tell if you have any idea about what these three types of data mean? Yeah. Relational data or structured data. Okay. Unstructured data is text, files. Very good. Semi-structured or XML. HTML. Nice. One more semi-structured data which is predominantly used. No, that is almost structured. Semi-structured in one more thing is JSON. So XML is right. What all the things you told us right. Predominantly, if you are throwing an API, it will be giving us a response, right? That is JSON. Likewise, there are JSON databases like MongoDB, Elasticsearch, and all. They predominantly play with the semi-structured data. Okay, so so far our big after the big data hype, getting insights out of structured data was better, but not in terms of or the data that is present in semi-structured format or unstructured format. That was very difficult because it would be involving more compute power. Okay, so what I mean by storage and compute, can someone share some lights on it? What is storage and what is compute? In my laptop, right now I have a laptop, right? Yeah.
Something like for storing the computed data. Computing is that you are taking the data from the storage and you are processing it or manipulating it.
Very nice. Can I get a little bit more exact thing? Like within the computer, we store data in one place and compute happens in another place. What do we call it? Every time we go to a laptop shop, we ask this configuration. Yeah, RAM and ROM. ROM is something where we store the data. RAM is somewhere the computing happens. Right? So the technology adoption, the technology improvements, all those happened with respect to ROM storage, but not in terms of RAM. Right? It is getting improved, but processing data, processing unstructured data over RAM requires intense memory. That is where players like NVIDIA, all those players are coming up. And right now, this GenA paradigms also, new softwares are coming up, right? So that is where you would be able to see in WhatsApp, you would have used Meta, right? That Meta thing. Like, how many of you used Meta to create at least an image or something? Rest of the people do try it. Okay, so it is something like if you type something, hey, create an image where camel is eating dosa along with coffee. You can ask whatever it means. It will just infer and produce an image. That inferring and producing an image happens in ROM somewhere in cloud. Okay. So that is still, it is getting mature and the improvisation is happening. And of course, lot of enterprise frameworks have been introduced in the market by Microsoft, Amazon, and all those companies, but still it is getting matured in terms of unstructured and semi-structured data. Still, it is good for structured data, but not for unstructured and semi-structured. In other words, slightly still, it is not fully reliable like RDBMS. Like someone told about RDBMS, right? So RDBMS exists in the industry for around 40-50 years. So it is predominantly very stable and it can be reliable too, but not the latest things. So this is the state as of now. And why do I say this is when people say this as when people start to talk about this big data, generative and all those things, it is a kind of a journey. There is no end or there is no stop card like, hey, the software has been introduced and it is going to change the world. Nothing like that. It is a journey. Likewise, generative AIs have come into picture. It has started to create impact, and this is the right time as students you can get into it and make use of it. Start making use of it. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use 3 set of softwares. One is, as I told earlier, Excel, just to make everybody comfortable, and then Power BI, and then we will see 2 third-party tools, which are nothing but Accio and Zoho Analytics. Okay, I'll come back to the slide once I go back to the demo. So this is very general data. Everybody is able to see this, right? Clear? Yeah. So this is very normal data, like a retail sales data where it has a store ID and an employee number, which area it is, what date it has the sales has happened, what is the total sales amount, marketing sales, electronic sales, home sales. These three values total is what this particular one. And what is the commission? Maybe the commission that has been given for some products and all those things, right? If someone is asking you, like, okay, what was the sales happened in October month? Okay, you are a data analyst. Let's assume that you are a data analyst, and your manager is asking, what is the total sales that has happened in October month? What will be your first step? Sort and text. Let's try that. So let me just sort it to. I have sorted it. Okay. And then next thing, I need to filter it. Let's assume that he is asking for what to say, 2022 October month for simplicity. So I'll just select this one. Now it is giving me all the sales details of October month. And of course, the sales sum is somewhere I'm able to see here. Right? To do this operation, either the person need to know how to use Excel, or there should be a person to do this 1 or 2 steps and tell him this information, right? This is what a general data usage will be there, data analytics will be there, right? Now let me go to Power BI. So in enterprise companies, such BI tools plays predominantly main role, right? So they won't be using Excel, they will be using Excel, but in most of the cases, there will be a BI developer or data analyst who will use this tool to inject the data into it and create some dashboards, and those dashboards will be shared to the executives to get insights out of it. Okay, now let me just start with a very basic couple of steps. Like, so I'll just, okay, this is the same data which we see here. So what I'm going to do is I'll ask Power BI to automatically create a report. So this one also you can consider as AI, but not Gen AI, not LLM. This exists predominantly before what to say, this Gen AI or LLM has been introduced as well. So it has created maybe a set of visuals as you see here, and you could see that it has summarized all the data in different dimensions. So, okay, Power BI has automatically created a report, that is fine. But as a manager, he asks me for a different report, right? Let's assume that, hey, I don't want all these information. I just need month-wise sales information, which is not present over here. So someone have to create that month-wise sales information. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to edit the report, and to do a month-wise sales information, I can simply select, let's say, yeah, I'll just go with the cluster column chart. And I have to choose the date and the x-axis. And sales in the y-axis. So it is actually giving me date over here, but it is not giving me as month-wise sales. It is giving me as date-wise sales, because somewhere or other, this is this one I have to play within Power BI to make it understand that, hey, don't consider it as date, consider it as month. I need to do some certain steps, but this is not my laptop, so I don't want to go and try to as of now, okay? But that is possible. You can still create as month-wise sales here, but it needs a couple of steps. It needs the person to know what is Power BI. It needs the person to know how to use this chart. It needs the person to know what is dimension, what is measure, and what is filter, where to apply, how to do the conversion from just the date to convert it as month, right? So all these things, this is mandatory. So this is current Power BI. Now let us see some other tool. Actually, Power BI also has Copilot, but I don't have access. So Copilot is something like, you can imagine whatever the actions I did here manually, like selecting a chart, configuring the x-axis, configuring y-axis. I don't want to do anything. I can just ask in an English text. It will give me the end result. Okay. So for current demos scenario, I'm going to use a third-party tool called Akio. Okay. So, but more or less you can compare that. Copilot also has same features. Okay. Okay. Now I'm into another tool which is called as Akio. Okay. Now the same data, same sales data has been injected. Here I don't know what a BI tool is. I'm a sales manager. Let's consider Geo's sales manager or Airtel's general manager or something like that. Right? He whatever thoughts that is running in his mind is all about business. What has happened? What need to be done? Who has performed well? And all sort of business questions. He doesn't spend time to learn this tool and get the insights out of it. Okay? Let's imagine that is the scenario. So what he does is, okay, I have the data and something there is something like explore. So I'm going into that, and it is just like a Google search. Okay, so now let me ask the same question. October month sales. That's it. Let me just ask this. Let's see what happens. So it has understood my question, right? You would have heard about this natural language processing, right? It has understood my question or my requirement or my statement, which I gave in English language. It has processed my natural language, converted it into some format, right? That can be understandable by machines and produce the output. Okay. I purposely mention it as some format because we can assume that I'll come to that later. Okay. As of now, consider that the natural language is being converted into a machine understandable format so that machine is able to give back the result. Right. So it has given me the answer, like the total sales amounted to 63 million and so 50 stores and all those things. Now I'll ask it like, give me as a chart. Yeah, it has produced me as a chart. It has produced the sales figure of only October month across all the years. Right? This is just 2 steps I did. But what in case if I am going to evaluate this manually or evaluate this in Excel or do this in Power BI, how much time it is going to take? Can you imagine the time reduction that is happening all the way? Right? So this, of course, is working in LLM. Okay, what Akio does is, it will understand the natural language. It will pass as keywords and use LLM to generate Python code. Okay, that Python code will be generated over this data for my question, and these answers will be produced. Okay, so the different tools operate in different way. For example, Power BI's Copilot operates in a different way internally. Accio operates in this way. It generates Python code to evaluate the result. Maybe Power BI Copilot would be generating SQL query itself to generate the result. Okay, so that is one side how it works, but what it is actually, how data analytics is emerging in this era. That is what I'm trying to educate you as of now. Okay, you want to try any questions? Let's try. This is the data. So we have store ID, employee number, area, date, sales, marketing spend. Any questions? I mean, to ask. Comparing, compare marketing spend and the sales. Can we do this? Yeah. So this is a very typical question. That's a nice question. Like, marketing is all about spending, right? To let the products know in the market, advertisement, all those things. So the company need to spend a lot. Whereas sales is what the actual thing that happens. So more or less, sales minus marketing gives you a figure. Okay, the amount that we spend for marketing, more than the amount we spend for marketing, you are able to go the sales or something. So let's do some analysis. Can you analyze? Okay, I think I entered in the wrong place. Actually, this has to be asked over here. So I think it has given me decent information, like what is the total marketing spend, what is the total sales, marketing spend per entry, average sales, and then correlation. And it has given me a chart as well. What is the spend and what is the spend and the sales as well, right? I think the business analysts or the finance people would be doing all this stuff. And just imagine how much time it would be taking for them. So I think we can also, I can also show you one more thing here. So this date column, right? So this date column is showing me date, month, and year, right? I just want to have one more column where it should show the month text alone. Okay, I haven't tried so far, so let's see what it is. Create a new column called month. That shows I'm just giving in my own English, my own knowledge, right? So let's see what it happens. And what I'm doing all these things, right? Like here I'm typing something, in Explorer I'm typing something. What I'm doing, what do we call in this prompting? Right? Yeah, it is produced me the respective months, right? Yeah, January, February, right? So it is, I'm just asking in my own language. That's what I know. I don't know technicality or anything, right? So if I just click on transform, that's it. My new column will be created in no time, right? So this is what every BI tool used to have. There will be a preparation module, there will be exploration module. In Power BI, it is called as something like data modeling and data exploration. Different tools use different names, but the journey is same. Connect, change data, or improvise data, analyze data. Okay, so connect with the source, do all the modifications of the raw data, and analyze the data. So I think we had, I don't know why mouse pointer is not this. But I think we will be having that month column. So now, okay, now the marketing manager or the head of Geo is asking, okay, current analysis is fine. We have 4 years of sales data and we have analyzed. What about the sales figure that we can predict in 2025? Okay. So for this, who will be doing this prediction and all those things? Data scientists will be doing, right? I'm not a data scientist. So, but let's see what I can do. I'm in this predict area, and what I'm going to do is I'm asking Akio to predict the sales, okay? And I'm just leaving it all the fields as usual. So once I give this, it will be automatically deciding which model would be suitable for the sales data prediction, and it will be creating that model, and it will produce a basic inference out of my existing data as well. Okay, let's see. And at any point of time, I can change the fields. Like right now, I have selected sales. I can simply change it to what else? Marketing sales or electronic sales or whatever. So my model is ready and it has created a forecast as well. And as you could see, July 2022 is the date which my dataset has, and it has predicted for February. You get the point? Right? So things are moving in a different way. There is another paradigm which they call as full code, low code, and no code. Anybody have heard that? Full code, low code, no code. So full code is nothing but an application. If you want to create an application, you need developers who need to know backend language, front-end language, and all those things, right? Let's say let's assume a website for the Sona College of Technology. Before 20 years, if that website need to be built, there should be a front-end guy who need to know HTML, CSS, React, and all those things, and he need to write everything from scratch. That is called full code. Okay. Now let's come to low code. How many of you know WordPress? Some of you would have used it, right? How about the time you spend? Instead of writing every line of code in WordPress, somewhat it will be having templates, right? You'll just make use of templates. Let's say if you want to create a website from scratch, it would take 7 days. Means using WordPress, you might be able to do it in 3 days or 2 days, right? That is what they call as low code paradigm of doing something. Whereas no code is all about no single line of code or very, very minimal line of code would be required. Whereas the completion will be very much faster, right? That's where if you just type in create a website in 2 minutes or 3 minutes, still you'll get to see a lot of tools, right? So it is something no code. You just state what is what you need, and it will be producing you the application. That is why even in Microsoft, there is something called as Power Pages. You can check out later, which is something like, I think it fits between low code and no code. So you can create business websites. Yeah, it is low code actually. You can create business websites with no time, right? With minimal time, you can create powerful websites. Okay? So that is where the space is going, and this Accio is all about a no-code tool to analyze data, not just existing data, but also you can do the future predictions as well. Okay, so the tools will come and go, but the requirement will always be there. How it is getting satisfied is what changing. Okay? So before 40 years, the entertainment is all about going to theaters once in a month, or going to bar, or going to beach, or what, something like that. And before 10 years, if you take the same thing, every home they're having television. Not before 50 years, it was not there. 10 years back, every home were having television, and of course, the entertainment has changed to a drastic thing. Now, if you see, everybody is having mobile phone. Almost everyone is having streaming apps, right? So the entertainment is changing, but the goal, the underlying thing is making people engaged, or make the people to consume applications in their free time. That's all. So that is same, but the tools will change altogether. So that's where this data analytics will be there. The need for data analytics will be there. The tools will be changing. As people, how we are adapting to it is what make us relevant. If we assume that hey, I know Excel, I'm very good in Excel, I'm going to stick just with Excel or Google Sheets, then that would not be going to help. We need to adapt to the next generation tools and capabilities. So yeah, I'll just show one more tool. This is Zoho Analytics. This is another BI tool, and this solves in a way little bit of different manner. So this is the data. Okay, so okay, I'll open up this one. Yeah, this is the data, and it is showing the each person, what is the item he has ordered, what is the unit price, and what is the total amount. So there is something called as ZIA. That's what this Zoho Analytics is naming as what to say, the AI capability. And here I'm asking that item name and item amount, something like item amount, item name wise, item amount, average. Okay, and vendor type. Let's see what it happens. So here I know what are all the fields I need to analyze. So in the text box, I'm just typing it with the help of autocomplete. It is suggesting the relevant fields, and once I complete the fields I type, what I want to analyze, it is giving me the chart, right? So yeah, any questions on this, guys? Yeah. So that's what this slide is all about. Like in Power BI, earlier data modeling is what you prepare the data. I took out the month and created as a separate column, right, in Accio. That's what the operation in Power BI is called as data modeling. Likewise, visual creation is nothing but visualizing the raw data in a chart format. Likewise, Copilot is all about asking natural language question and getting answer. So we just saw two examples. One is Accio and Zoho Analytics. So Accio performs this by processing the natural language statement into Python code, whereas Zoho Analytics, it processes the natural language statement and prepares a SQL query. So that is what the internals is all about. And yeah, so there are three paradigms once again to get the insights how the industry is evolving. From raw data to get the insights how the industry is evolving is first is SQL code generation. So whatever the English text you type, the SQL code will be generated. And the second thing is Python code, which I show you in Accio. And the third one is knowledge graph. This have not been predominantly available so far in the industry, but it is still in the R&D. Many white papers have been coming, and including myself, many of us are checking this out. Okay. So yeah, once again coming back, whatever the new tools are coming into picture, its true potential can be made useful only if it is used. Okay, not just if you are having a powerful tool, but if you are not using it, then it is not going to help you. You need to use it. So that is where this training or education comes into picture. And Copilot, you can imagine like a Swiss Army knife. Swiss Army knife, they say that in one particular knife you have multiple kinds of knife, right? So unless you know what you can do, what kind of prompt you need to do to get the desired result, that is kind of a waste kind of thing, right? So not just having a powerful tool, but also we need to know how to use it. So that's what I try to say. And this is my LinkedIn. Thanks for this opportunity. And is there any questions, guys? I try to make it as simple as possible. Yes, please. Yes, you can. That's what I showed an example. Right? Date was there, 31/10/2018. That's the date. And I asked Akio to extract the month alone and to have it as a separate column. And it did. Likewise, you can do certain amount of pre-processing. Can you tell an example? I can say. Yeah. It cannot remove, I guess, but you can transform the data. That is possible. Let's say instead of spaces between the content, add a hyphen or something. That is possible. Any other question, please?
Compared to IPOs, really difficult for placement.
Yeah.
Because it's like MySQL. So that in that can we perform operations like data branding?
It is possible. Yeah, that's what different tools design this capability in different way. For example, WhatsApp is there, Telegram is there, right? So both are the messaging platform, but they are being designed differently. So Akio targets different customers. Zoho Analytics targets different customers. So, but it is possible in both the tools. It is possible. Okay. So this is the feedback link, guys. Sorry, feedback link. So please scan to this and share your feedbacks. Okay.
After completing your feedback forms, you can leave the hall and respected ma'am will announce where to do.
எங்களுக்கு முடிஞ்ச
your work will be called as a reference person. And you could be somebody who's a developer. You could be somebody who would be doing pre-sales. You could be somebody who would be working on the finance of the company. There's so many streams once you come inside, right? So we focus only on the finance scenarios and the sales scenarios. Okay, I'll be showing some demos. Now the very first scenario here is, just imagine you are the CFO of a particular company, the chief finance officer, right? And you have to write a mail to the insurance company because they have increased the insurance price for all the employees. Now you have a problem. You have to question them about why have you done this, and you want Copilot to write that email for you. Now let's see how that happens. Yeah. Now that's the use case which I'm going to do. For that, let me open my demo environment here. I'm going to Outlook. I'm going to create a new email. So, yeah. And let me expand this. You see this tiny little bar here? This is called as Copilot. It's for office usage. Right? I'm going to say graph with Copilot. Okay. So here I'm going to give my prompt. Now this is something which I have to literally write, saying that do this for me. Okay. Now since you don't have time, I have created like a cheat sheet. Like normally in games you have a cheat sheet, right? Same thing is what I've done here. I'm going to give my prompt. I'm going to say I am the CFO of so and so company. Please draft an email with so and so concern. So I'm going to put it here. This is my input. This is my prompt. Okay. And I wanted to write an email, and this is the subject. I'm going to click on generate. See. So it has literally written an email for me, right? Now what I can do with this, I can either keep it if I'm happy with this content, or I can go ahead and ask it to generate something else. Now see this option here. It says how the tone of the email should be. Should the tone be direct, casual, formal? Because it's a corporate environment, I want to keep it as formal. And I also want to keep it long. These are all the different options that are there. Now what is it generating? Now it is giving me a different version of the email. So I can literally go with this, or if I want the second version, I can go with that. Or if I'm still not happy with that, I can go ahead and ask it to generate something else. I can say, don't ask me what I mean by make it a poem. Nobody is going to write a poem in an email. I don't know why Microsoft even have that in the first place, but it's there. Okay? I can keep it as direct and long. Click on generate. So the point that I'm trying to make is based upon the different tonality, it can be direct, it can be neutral. So literally, you don't have to sit and spend your time writing emails. Because once you're getting into a job, literally 50% of your time will be going on responding and writing emails only. Most of the time, that's what you'll be doing. Your customer will be sending you email, you will be responding, your manager, your co-workers, right? So Outlook is the app that will be focusing literally like 3 to 4 hours in a day, right? Now, what is there can be an assistant for you which can write your email. So that's what this application is all about. Now that's one use case. Now the next one which I want to bring up is a financial problem. Okay. Now we look at how we can use Copilot in Microsoft Excel. Now I have an Excel spreadsheet which has some data on it, which has some information on it. Okay. Now I have to go and get some information from that data. Like I want to ask some questions and all. How many of you are good with Excel? Like working really you can write some formulas, pivot tables, you can create some charts. Anybody who's good in Excel? Formulas? Anybody? Okay, that's interesting, but at least please make sure that because all these are like basic things that you should know, right? Because most of the time we end up spending a lot of time on learning programming language and development, we forget all these other things, right? So please make sure that you're good with Excel and other things also. Right, for now, for this demo, I have it data with me in an Excel format. I'm going to OneDrive. I have some demo files with me. And for the finance scenario, I'm going to showcase you a data. Now, this is the data I have. It is a marketing campaign data. Opening it up.
Okay, you can see some information here. It says campaign owner, what is the name of the campaign, when it was launched, what type of campaign it is, how many budget, and all this stuff is there. Okay. Now I have this data. I want to create some charts, some pivot tables, and some information because I want to get this information and I want to present it to the leadership. Now I have an option here called as Copilot. Before Copilot, this is something which you have to personally go ahead and do. But now since we have Copilot, this will do the job for me. Okay, now I can ask some questions. So I'm going to give a prompt here. I'm going to say, create a pivot table. This is my prompt. Let's see what Copilot in Excel can do for me. You can see that in action. It says it's understanding my data. It is looking for that, but it's doing the analyzing in between these two columns. I hope it generates the pivot table. Let's see. Come on. And a lot of this is still in preview, which means it's still being worked upon. So sometimes it may not also generate. So you have to do it one time or two times again and again. So please be mindful of that. It is taking longer than usual. Maybe I'll do it again. Sometimes maybe this time. Okay. Okay, so this one doesn't seem to do its job. Maybe I'll bring up a different use case. No, this is taking longer than expected. I'll bring a different demo for you. Okay, write a financial analysis report using Copilot in Word. The Excel one, for some reason, it's not doing it. Now let's look at Copilot in Word. I wanted to write a report based on the financial performance of XYZ company. Now I have a data. Same, I'm going back to my demo environment here. So this is the data which I have, and I want to interact with this data and ask some questions. That's basically what I'm trying to do here. I have this data with me, and I want Copilot to generate some information for me using this data. I go to Copilot in Word. I have a prompt for it. Sorry, I have a wrong one. This one. Yeah. So this is the one, the data which I have, and I want to ask some questions to Copilot about this data. So the first prompt which I'm going to give is summarize this doc, because there is a lot of information here. I want Copilot to summarize this information for me. So this is a prompt which I'm giving. Okay, it has created a summary for me. I can copy it here and I can paste it. So this is a quick summary which it is giving me. Now rather than me going through all the details, all these numbers and everything, it is giving me a quick summary of what about the data. Now, if I want to make this summary even more descriptive, that is also something I can do. I can say include more details in the summary. Thanks for the summary, but I want you to include more details. So once again, I'm going and giving that query. So it's giving me a detailed summary now instead of a normal summary. So in your case, even tomorrow when you're doing projects and all, of course in colleges you'll start doing your projects in the fourth year or something, right? These will be big papers. Now using Copilot, you can ask Copilot to summarize so that you give you the facts. You don't have to read through all those documents to understand what it means. At least using this feature to summarize it, then this is exactly the information. So if you look at this is all the data. Now, rather than me going and reading and understanding about what it is, I'm just telling Copilot to summarize this information for me. And it has clearly summarized and it has given it. So this can also be a use case that you can use even now during your college days, and of course in the working environment, this will help a lot. Okay. All right. Now we'll move to the sales scenarios because I need to keep time in mind. So we just looked at finance. We spoke about Excel, and I showed you how a Word document can be summarized using Copilot. Now let's look about sales also. Now sales professionals are the ones who have to create a lot of PowerPoint presentations because most of your job will be standing in front of customers and giving presentations, right? Which means you have to create a lot of presentations. You should have that skill within you. Back in the days when I was at Microsoft, my job was to keep on traveling and present to customers about products like Microsoft Teams or Microsoft Cloud and everything. So my job was mostly to travel, and keep presenting to them. That's what I was doing basically, right? So this is how, let's see, now we want Copilot to create a presentation for you. The presentation itself should be created by Copilot. You are not going to do the job of creating a presentation. You are only going to give the input to Copilot saying that, hey, this is the data. Now please go ahead and create a presentation using this. Okay. For that, let me go ahead and open. I'll tell you first that is my input. Copilot for sales. And this is the market trend report protein shake. Now this is a detailed product document which I have. It is in the form of a Word. Now I want Copilot to make use of this Word document and create a PowerPoint presentation for me. Because of course when I'm doing presentation, I can't give a Word document and create presentation, right? I want my presentation to be in PowerPoint. Now let's see how Copilot can make use of this Word document as an input and create a PowerPoint for me. For this, let me go to PowerPoint. Clicking on blank presentation. Okay. So here's the Copilot panel. It comes up here. You see the options here, create a presentation about, create a presentation from a file, add a slide about. In my case, I already have the file. I have a Word document. All I have to do is tell Copilot that create a presentation from this file. I'm going to say create a presentation, and it is asking me, tell me which file, where have you kept your file. So for this, I'm going here, this is the file. I'm going to share the link. Copy link. And that's been copied. Okay, I'm just going to paste the URL. So as you can see, I'm saying create a presentation, and this is the file. Constant. Let's see whether Copilot creates the presentation for me. It says it's putting things together, finding my file. It's drafting a presentation. Okay. It's also saying here's the outline of your presentation. It's generating the slides, as you can see. It's also adding the speaker notes also. All right. So there you go. Just created a presentation for me, right? Within few clicks, I just gave it a Word document. It was able to take that Word document, take the contents from it, and create a complete presentation for me. Now, if you're not comfortable with this particular design, you can literally go to your design ideas and you can create various designs for this. You can say, well, I use this design, that is something which we all know. Anybody who's working on PowerPoint, you know that this is already there, right? Now, this is fine. Did it just create this or what else can I do? If you go down here, it has also created speaker notes for me. Like for instance, if I click here, you can see the speaking notes. Because when you're speaking, you will be looking at the slide, and these are the notes that you can look at and when you're talking, right? Big conferences, you will see a thing here, you can look at the notes and then you can present. So it also has created a speaker notes for me so that it's not just the slide, but also what I need to speak is also there. Now, what else more can I do with this? If I go here, if I go to Copilot, the next prompt which I want to give is organize this presentation. Okay, the presentation which you have given me is fine, but can you organize this for me? Okay, let's see how that happens. Okay, let's see whether it is going to organize it. Almost there, putting things together. Okay, so it has also created sections for me. There is an introduction section now. It has organized the complete PPT for me. Social media influence. Can you literally see that it has created all these sections, which was not there before. It is organizing the PPT for me. Right? Now, finally, one thing which I can ask Copilot to also do is add a slide for Q&A. Now, whatever I'm doing is very simple things, right? But in real world, you would be doing a lot using this. Just for the sake of the demo, I'm giving simple prompts. I'm asking it to do simple things. I'm asking it to create a question and answer slide towards the end also. Let's see. Okay. Okay. It also created a question and answer section for me. So within like few minutes, as you could have seen, for me to literally create a PowerPoint, at least I should have spent an hour. Even a stupid PPT would look at least an hour. Something which is so crappy. Okay. I just did it in minutes. So this is the kind of productivity I'm talking about, right? Because in the past, we would spend hours just to create a small, simple presentation. Now, Copilot is doing the job for you. So that tomorrow, if you're a developer, let's say, you can focus on writing codes and doing the main stuff rather than focusing on all these other things. Copilot will do it for you. You can focus on what really matters, right? So this is how exactly you need to link to all these use cases. Now, a next use case for this, the demo which I want to bring up is, say for instance, see, tomorrow when you're joining a company, right, of course, there will be a lot of back and forth emails, right, a lot of chats. Of course, you know, all the applications that you will get, right, you will be given an Outlook, Word, there will be a lot of emails, there will be a lot of meetings that you will be attending, right? There will be so many things. So at some point, managing all this itself will become problematic. You don't know which email you have to respond to. You just go on 2 days leave, there will be 100 emails waiting for you. That's what it comes down to, right? There will be so many meetings, you don't know which meeting you have to schedule, what is happening and all. Now, what if Copilot can take care of, doing this personal assistant job? What if it can tell you that these are the emails that you need to respond, these are the meetings that you need to respond, these are the places to which you have to respond, so all this. It's like a personal assistant. Let's see how Copilot can help them. For this, I'm going to bring the Copilot app. Okay. New. Okay. I'm going to give a prompt now. I'm going to say, summarize all my emails. I'm going to the chat in the prompt here, and then you can say Python. Summarize all my emails, meetings, chats over the past 30 days related to, you have to give the project topic. And then you would know whatever project you're working on, given the project name, right? In my case, I have a demo project by the name Mark 8. I'm going to give that project name, Mark 8 project. Okay. Now let's say you went on a long leave for about a week or two, and now you're coming back. Okay. So basically, there are so many emails, so many things waiting for you to respond. Now, rather than you spending hours going through everything, what if Copilot can do this for you? I'm leaving the prompt. Now Copilot will run through all my emails, all my chats and everything, and it has to give me the data. It's literally telling me, hey, these are the ones. There was a weekly sync up. This was the meeting that you were, and what I'm telling only 30 days, and this is a demo environment. In the real production environment, when you're really working on companies, there will be a big list which will be because you literally got data and these for it. Now, one more prompt which I want to give is based on whatever information you have given me, right? Create a list of actionable items which I'm responsible for. So first prompt is it is telling me all the summary of all my emails and everything. Now I'm asking Copilot to create an action item. What are the things I need to respond?